Now we're going to mount a Musky from start to finish. This is a rather light colored Musky as per customer's request. Got my X-Acto knife blade right here in between the scales and the tail. I'm going to run my X-Acto knife blade right above the fin rays and right below the scales, that little spot there. He's going to be a left turn, so this is going to be the side that's against the wall. Go around the other side. Same thing on this side. And instead of using borax on this guy, I'm going to use a denatured alcohol and water, half and half. So that's how I'm going to handle this guy. Big old 51 incher. About as big as they get, lengthwise anyway. I ordered a form. First thing, I use my measuring tape. You know, I go around, go up underneath and pull around. You go girth. It's like 21. Then you go length. Different ones, let them call for doing this. Going to the back of the gill plate, all the way down to the base of the tail. And I've got like 33. Write those measurements down. Those are your two main ones. Some companies go from the eye, the center of the eye, to the back of the tail. Some go the total length. It depends on what taxidermy supply company. I got me a good set of shears. Okay, right here at the base of the tail, right here in the center, I start cutting right up the middle. You go all the way up straight through the middle, close as you can down the middle. Get to the collarbone and snip to that collarbone. Okay, we've got all the way up to the collarbone. There we are. Okay, we cut through the collarbone. The X-Acto knife. And just like on any fish, we get as close as you can to the gill and cut through that skin behind the gill and go all the way around. See, we'll save all this skin because we'll be using it. Same with the bottom. Cut through that skin just under that last gill. Okay, down there on the bottom, same thing. Cut as close as you can to the gills. All the way down. I'll start at the tail, I guess, to get a place as any. And I got my little fish skinning tool. Should be good enough. But see where it's just try to leave most of the skin intact if I can, and but if I can't, I'm getting it off anyway. So Big old tough muskie. This guy's been alive for a while, I think. Still cold inside, which is always a plus. That way you know he's fresh. Right here I'm at the fin raise. And basically, I want to get under the fins, or under the, you know, on both sides of the fin raise with my scissors, and snip right through them. We can always get them better later, you know, when we do the final skinning, fleshing. Right now we're just trying to get it out of the body. Get past these fins. And then pretty much good to go. And that's through. Under at the tail, going down a little bit more. Got him there. I usually tend to work like the top and then the bottom, so the way I tend to do it. Now they don't have any spiny dorsal, they just got that one back dorsal and that's it. These guys are a little bit different setup than your typical perch, I guess you could say. Already cut through all that. Now I think I need to get this little excess bone off. Yeah, basically it does like any other fish. Always helps to have plenty of borax around. Can't go wrong with plenty of borax. Okay, I'll go ahead and get the bottom part here. Just getting right under that skin, taking all this off. If it comes off, if you have a little meat on your skin, don't worry about it now. You know, I think we get this guy done. We're going to toss the body anyway. My main goal right here, I know on the bass, I'll cut through that collarbone. And it helps bring it down. In fact, I may take all that collarbone off. I cut through all that, but apparently not good enough. But definitely now. Yeah, a lot of times just to get a little bit better control, I can snip through that usually. A lot of it will peel off even. There we are. I broke through it. I don't know what the growth rate on these things are, but I don't know if they grow pretty fast or not. It makes you wonder. I cut through that. All the fins connect to the body through cartilage. Okay. That's all the skin on the lower gullet. I want to save all that. I mean the difference between a good mount and a bad mount, you know. So cut through that. All that joint stuff where it connects. See, this will come off. See, on a lot of fishes will peel off. Oh, looks like it might be coming. Let's see. Yeah, there you are. See all this? All that can come up. It's peeling. That'll work. Okay, let me okay, we got that really good. Get her reasonably down here to the gullet and cut through all that. Close as you can down there towards the end. If you don't get it perfect now, you can get it later as you're skinning him out, you know. Okay, down here to the same thing on these fins. You get down here to these bottom, you want to get up under the, I'm cutting through the fin rays where they connect to this spine system, the skeletal system. There we go. Okay, cut through his anal tube. Cut through that. Okay, there's the anus, cut through that. There's the fin rays that cut through that. One more thing I feel to do back here, but I'll do it now. Just cut through these. See them cutting right through them. The final trimming and all that I'll do later. Mainly worrying about just getting the body out right now. Okay, so the top. Oh, there we are. Okay, now that I've cut through all the fins and pretty much got the skin on this side, well, we got to get to that spinal cord. Yeah, I went through. I'm through it. There's the throat. I already cut through the throat. That's all cut through. I want to cut through his stomach if I can keep from it. Oh, one more set of fins here I didn't get. Okay, start here at the back. Borax will help you be able to grab too. It helps a little bit to do that. It's a good flushing agent. Yeah, it's all around pretty good stuff. Preserve birds with it. Fish. Although I'm not going to go that route with this one. I use a little borax on him, you know, for fleshing him and maybe to rehydrate him after he's been in the denatured alcohol. You know, put him back in some water and put a little borax. But I'm going to use a denatured alcohol and water. And I guess to make my life a little easier, I'll cut him off in sections as I go. If I can, I may not be able to. Who knows? This will work. I didn't get this fan either. Now's the time to get it. That easy. Went right through it. last joint for this fin. This would be the pectoral. There we go. Still got some stuff up here holding, so cut through this stuff and we'll be fine. Okay. Guess what? We got the body. Now we're just going to throw the body in the trash. Okay, now we got to do some fleshing. I'm going to start here at the tail and start getting that stuff off there. Just like you do any animal, you just roll everything, let it come on up. Plenty of borax. It's a good fleshing agent. When we get closer to the fins here in a little bit, getting all this meat off this guy. I usually do the tail first. It's the thinnest area. It's the area that thaws out the quickest. And in the past, if I've lost scales on fish, it seems like they lose it around the tail a lot of times. Because a lot of times that's the part that's sticking out of the bucket a little bit or something. So that's why I'm getting the tail first. I just like the idea of going ahead and getting that taken care of. You don't have to touch it or do anything. You get a lot of these little strips of stuff. I guess a pair of scissors help get some of that stuff off. These dudes had a lot of meat on them, that's for sure. I'm getting right up to the bone, pull some of this meat off. You'll be surprised how much that borax helps. It really does. Come right up to the bone. You can hear it grinding up against the bones. I'll show you how we take care of that. Well, I've showed you a million times on other fish. They're all the same thing. Get as close as you can. Push up. Cut as much of that yeah, you can see what's going on. What it is, I'm grabbing the fin, pushing up and getting what I didn't get when I cut the body out. And basically those fin rays come off, get all that meat out from around them. Looks a lot better, but still not perfect. You go back again, try to get a little better. Anus. Nope, that's the back. And where I'm at. Okay. And bring us down a little bit more. Don't want to get too carried away, but you can get a lot of this off and get down even closer, you know. Even closer. That's pretty darn close right there. And can't get too much closer anyway, I don't think, without going through it. But you get the idea. Well, you get the idea. And there we are. And you do all the fins that way. I'll show you when I get to something different. You I'm going to do is flesh all this down. You know, like starting up here, load all that, and just get all that off. I basically showed you how it works, so I'll go ahead and get this. The borax if you got to. Okay, what we got here, these little bottom fins here, I guess they'd be the pelvic fins. Okay, I done one of them, but I hadn't done the other. So I'm just gonna get what I can of it here. Okay, might be able to get a little bit closer here. Probably not much closer. Okay, that's pretty close. And I doubt I can get much closer than that. That is it. See how close that is? That's very close. Okay, did fairly good with that. Basically, here's the pectoral fins right here. This stuff is stout. Let's see, this should be able to peel off. A piece of bone from the collarbone. I guess you could say right there at the... There we go. All this can come off. Get a little borax on here, see if that helps. All this up around the gullet, all that meat's got to come off. I think I went up there about as far as I could reasonably go. Now this will peel off too. I'll show you. There's a little piece of that cartilage that's stuck to the skin that goes way up under there. And I'll go ahead and try to get that off if I can. Yeah, here it is. Hey, it's coming. Yeah, it's peeling down. I'll get it as far down as I can without it making a hole. And yeah, this is underneath the jaw. I guess you could say it rides right under the side of the gill, right up under the gill flaps. It's what the gills go up against. You know, when it's breathing, what the gill flaps go up against. That's all this is. And I'm taking it about as far down as it'll go. You can see right here. But I think I will stop right here. see it right there. If you go down far enough, it starts to fork out. You've seen it like on bass and stuff. It's the same thing. You get all the way down, it starts to fork out and stuff, I guess you could say. There we are. Now this, if you notice on the form, it's got like got a big old place underneath that jabs up under the head. Well, that's where it goes. It rests right in here. Yeah, I didn't totally demolish it. I got a few small holes right in there, but I think we can work with it. Thank goodness. And you will make holes. In fact, later on I'll show you how to repair and fix some of the holes that I've already put. I put a few small ones. In other words, it's not the end of the world if you do it. So you get right here. Look at all this. A lot of bone up in the head on this guy. It's all bone. There's meat on there too. That's a lot of bone. It's all that lower jaw. All that stuff right there. More bone. Lots of bone right in this area. Put a little hole right there, unfortunately, but it's not the end of the world. This is all that right there behind the gill plates. There's like that little bit of bone right there. And that's what this is right here. Or that collarbone. That's this right there. It rides right up through here. So I left a little bit of this right here. But I should be able to go down with this and get more of that. Let me try it. On a bass, I can usually get about halfway of it, at, anyway. see what I can do here. But I don't think I'm getting very good. That's good enough. There we are. All this can come out. This is the gullet area. See all this throat right here? Sometimes using a knife is a good way to just cut some of that meat off.
It happened a little bit. I'm cool.
Video's on.
You gonna hit the video?
It's already on.
Oh shit.
It's alright.
Did I say anything out of the way or anything?
No. You're good, but it's on. Just figured to let you know. All is good, man. But yeah, it's coming out. There's the throat. Most people leave the throat in. I always have. You know, some of it. Not a lot of it, but some of it, you know. Just not nothing abnormal to leave the throat in there. All this pulls out, which is good. if you're wanting a better idea of what I'm doing, I'll show you right here just a second. Somebody you have to use a little bit of a knife because it's don't want to scrape out. The skin's kind of loose, but you can kind of cut it out a little bit with an X-Acto knife. There we go. Okay, I definitely need to get this pectoral fin a little bit better. So I'll push up on the fin and try to expose all that bone and also the meat that's on the bone. I'm going to cut it off. An X-Acto knife or Almost lost the head. But you get the idea. Cleaning it off, do the other one the same way. Use a knife or something to get that meat off if your little scraper gadget's not working. Get it off however you can get it off. Let me get this fin. I did the other one. You just work at it. Get all this stuff off. I'll get this fin like the other one. You just do as close as you can without cutting through the skin. And get all that meat off. And I mean bone, meat, you name it. It'll come off. I'll work on that for a while. And I'll get back with you. Of course, we got the whole brain pan, a little bit of the spinal cord and all that stuff still up in here. And then we got all this meat around, still in there. Probably should have worked on getting that out a little bit better. But just like with any fish, I'll go on one side of the head, go on the other side of that spinal cord, whatever. Get in there and start cutting. Go up underneath, start cutting. I know the anatomy's a little bit different on these guys, but yeah, they're all about the same. Yeah, usually there's like two bones on the side. You can snip through them. It's kind of cartilaginous, like cartilage, and up underneath. And then you're going to get this right here. Should be able to break it out with something. I may be able to get my, if I can get my knife on it, that'd be great. And get all that out. And I don't know. There's the throat area. Bullet. Still working on it. It's on a bass, I can just tear it out. Musky's a little bit bigger. It's going to be a little bit harder than that. And actually, it's about right here is where I need to be. I'm cutting right through the cartilage, which helps. Oh yeah. Basically some of the spinal cord, found one of the joints, went in there and cut it out, and I got a big opening in here now to dig out a lot more meat, and kind of the name of the game, you know. Now it's time to start getting in there and digging it out with hemostats and stuff like that. A lot of extra meat in there. It all just pulls out. There's lots of meat. A whole lot of meat on this guy. For sure. If it'll pull out, go ahead and get it out. That's what I say. Get in that brain pan. Get the rest of that spinal cord. Wow, that wasn't easy. Going underneath, there's like a little piece of that spinal cord left. Going on the sides, cutting that stuff loose, which is not easy. If I get this, it's got. It won't break. Okay. I keep snipping around it until it decides it wants to break. Okay, there's another piece of the spinal cord. And that's the last one. Now it's all brain pan. But now they're above the brain pan. You can cut some of that stuff out. Yeah. I'll show you what that looks like. Here's what we're dealing with. We got a hole now. There's still a little bit of that brain pan, the bottom part of it, that I can get out if I so desire. And yeah, okay. I think I got it. Yeah, there it is. All that throat. Done fairly good on that. That's his throat. It's got a big hole. There's his gullet. Now, we start grabbing that stuff and getting it out. There's a lot of membrane in there. I might have to cut a lot of that, which I think I'm going to have to do. Here we are. A lot of meat everywhere, but this is what I got. It kind of goes way back in there. It's not perfect by any means, but that's pretty good. I'm gonna go ahead and get the jaws and call it good on this guy. That's for sure. You know, the cheeks, and I'll show you how to do that. Got my X-Acto knife, got a good blade on it. Okay, I cut around this eye. Now we get a good old set of trusty hemostats. Try to get up under the eye. I'm working on getting that guy out there. But what I usually always do, no matter what kind of fish it is, the thing about the difference between a muskie and a pike, the scales don't go all the way down the cheek, but this muskie, I can see scale imprint all the way down to about right in here. Then they fade out. They literally fade out. But yeah, like right in here. Up here they're more pronounced. But even though it's a muskie, those doggone scales still go down pretty darn far. But I guess on a pike they're more pronounced, I suppose. So, okay, I like cut around. Go around and go like that. Try to get down in there. Trying to cut that meat off the cheek, you know, and then turn the X-Acto knife blade around, back up here, try to go back around. It just helps. You know, I'll even get borax down in there. Because, yeah, we don't want a cheek that's not been fleshed out, or you know what I mean. Definitely want a cheek that's had the meat taken out of it. If you don't, they'll shrink down to nothing. And nothing worse than a cheek where it's like super empty looking. And I have seen that. Not no fun. The borax helps you out a little bit. Helps you get in there and grab it. Look at that meat. You get all that meat out of there. It's that cheek meat. He ain't all bone. Been getting a lot of meat off this guy. Get all of that meat out of there. And I know on a bass I can get my finger in there and reach around and feel. You can feel if you left some meat in there. And there's a lot of meat in here still. And let the borax help you out. Some good stout pair of needle noses. And you'll eventually get it. Other side the same way. You just get in there and make sure you get all that meat out. Didn't straighten his tail up yet, so basically I want to be able to get back down in here. Get that meat out from behind it. Trim it down a little bit. It's just the tail. See, there's a lot of stuff on here needs to come off. Whew. Stout stuff here. No. Cleaning that out a little bit better. This side the same way. Okay, that's pretty good. Got out of there. Let's see what we got here. For the most part, a little bit still there. Okay. Might even go this way with it. Yeah. A little bit of a better bite this way. looks pretty good. I may dig a little bit of this meat out of here a little bit. I can get it to come out. That looks pretty good. I'll clean up a little bit more, get some of this red meat off. And I'm going to rinse it off in the sink. And then we're going to preserve it in denatured alcohol and water. Got denatured alcohol, I got a gallon here. And to preserve it, you got to go half and half. And what I'll do is I'll just fill this up with water. So I also got a quart. I'm going to let it degrease at least a week. Get the grease out of it. Because that head is a lot of meat still on that head, you know, just naturally. This is good for like when you got to mount like carp and other fish. This is the way to do it. So I got 1 quart and 1 gallon. Now I'm going to fill these up with water. Now I've got my half and half. Okay, now I've got a gallon of water. Now I've got a quart. Now I'll put my musky in it. Make sure there's no air bubbles in his cheeks or anything. I'll make sure he gets good and preserved, you know. And I can reuse this stuff too. You know, I'll reuse it on, I gotta do rockfish next. And I'll use it on my rockfish. Pump the cheeks real good, make sure it's all underwater, no air or anything. I've even got a lid to put on it. And it's one of those kinds that doesn't snap on, it just goes on. In other words, you can pop it right back off. But I'll keep him I'll do him at least a week. Let it do a real good job degreasing. Because that denatured alcohol, it does degrease them a little bit. And it's good for carp and everything else. Then we'll kind of rinse it and rehydrate a little bit. Like in about a handful of borax or something. Let it kind of plump back up a little bit before we mount him. But see you in about a week. It's Musky, and I'm just going to do a pre-fit with him first. Let him drain a little bit. Yeah, he's a little bit tough like leather. I should be able to get a general idea how he's going to fit, is what I'm thinking. So, now I've had him sitting in the half and half water and denatured alcohol. And he's been sitting for about 3 weeks, so he's ready to be mounted for sure. And I'm most assuredly going to have to carve down on the body. Lay this guy out. The head, I can tell the head is always a little bit too small looking. So that is definitely something it's going to take some work. Let's see what the rest of the body looks like. The length is good. He's definitely long enough. It's just the body. I'm going to have to shave that guy down. Right there. Let's see. The head definitely don't fit. Let's check the rest out. Over this. See what happens. Roughly, that goes there. Yeah, these fish we got around here are extremely long. They may not have as much mass as they do up north, but they're real long. I don't know if that has anything to do with growing season, but it makes you wonder. You know. Okay, it goes like that. Yeah, I think the main thing is the head part needs a little bit of work, and it's the lower jaw I'm having trouble with. It's just hard to get it to kind of meet up with what I'm wanting to do with it. Camera rehydrating, so it's a little bit softer. And yeah, probably 20 minutes or so. 15, 20 minutes. Just let him soften up a little bit. Just a little bit on the tough side. I've had him been sitting in here, I don't know, close to 30 minutes, I guess. Oh, he softened up considerably. He sure has. Let him drip dry here for a little bit and drip right to the head. Head holds a lot of water too. I'll go like this. Gills will flay out like this. Trying to get an idea right now whether he's going to fit or not. Problem seems to be the head for the most part. Yeah, I'm going to have to thin him down a little. For sure it looks like I need to, yeah, definitely take some of this off. Okay, we're just kind of estimating. Don't want to mess with the back. The least amount I can mess with the back, better off I am. So I'm going to take off probably this. Because let's face it, I can't hardly open his jaw up for one. He is long and skinny. A lot skinnier than this guy. So first I'm going to try just cutting parts off the head. I'll probably cut this off. And I want to cut the minimal amount I can without destroying the form, you know. So that's kind of what I got going on. Okay. Probably at least that much, if not more, that I want to take off. Really not sure how it's going to fit, actually. I think I'll trim this down a little bit and then see what it looks like. It's mainly a narrow head issue is what I've got. A narrow head issue. try to oversize something a little bit. You know, you'll get a form that's made for a fish with a bigger head. So we're going to cut this off. A lot of people just use clay up in there anyway. This goes up in the brain pan. And you can use clay. And plus it's got to come down a little bit. It's off. So. So as I'm getting the general shape, and then I'll round it off. Take these sharp corners off and round it, make it look smooth and natural. And then we'll try a pre-fit again. Can't beat the Sawzall. Just trying to smooth these corners out a little bit. And then whatever I got at my disposal. These edges off with my rasp, make it look good and even, and then we're going to do another pre-fit. It's hard to get leverage. I don't know if it'll fit. I haven't even checked yet. If I get the head on, I can do everything else. Check to see if it'll fit right. But the first thing is getting the head where it fits. No sharp corners, no sharp breaks. I need a little extra leverage because it's so long. I'm going to go ahead and screw this form with this deer head stand, and it should give me all the leverage I need. Ended up bonding a piece of tail on, and I'm just going to shave that back down, make it where it fits like it was. It was a small piece that broke off anyway, so. Oh yeah, I just had to use a random, yeah, there was a wood block inside the form, just had to use a bigger screw. On the screws to make it fit. Musky has that little flat top on top, and I don't want to mess with the top too much. Sand in here. Much better. Nothing right here. Oh yeah, that'll work. Get it close. Which it's already close right now. You know how it's supposed to be, so. And then sand it the rest of the way or whatever. It's looking pretty good, just like it is. Must have broke off during shipping, but that looks fairly good. Yeah, I just have a little bit more leverage. If I can work on it, we can kind of up on something. So, okay, the tail will go here. Know the tail already fits real good. Now these guys, their jaw opens up, so kind of hard, but you gotta get in there and really try to open his mouth up. Nobody wants a closed mouth, musky for sure. I'm going to try to make a run with it. Okay, I've got a bunch of clay. And what I'm going to do is put it right there in the brain pan and jab it up in there real good. Make sure I got enough in there. And put a little bit more if I need to. Got all the clay I need. Jab that in top of the head. I can find the same spot. Let's see. No, it ain't quite long enough. Okay. Okay. Oh, that helps. Now I got me a long drill bit. This, and I'm going to pound it in on the bottom. In other words, I want that jaw open. And I'm having a tough time opening it up on my own, so basically I'm going to try to get it where it'll open up a little bit on its own to help me out. That, my friends, will work if I can get that to go. That would be great. I'll grab a hammer here. Yeah, like that. Yeah, go a little bit further even. Coming out of the bottom, he's doing good. Well, I kind of like that head where it's at. Okay, right here. I want to keep everything the way it's supposed to be if I can. Okay, that's there. Okay. The back of the fin is there. That's where that goes, exactly. Okay. Okay, right there. Sometimes I put staples in odd places, you know, to get them to fit and everything. Trying to line things up. Okay, I'm going to start here at the tail, see if I can get it to work. Basically where I skin it out, I'm just going to wrap around the back of the tail and start shooting some staples in there. See if I can't get it to hold. Put some in the bottom. See, that holds it there. So I may need to scoot that up just a hair. Okay. Like that. That'll hold it. Okay. That'll hold it. You want the symmetry up on top here. A nice good smooth back. Alright, that looks good and smooth to me. That's what I'm going with. Okay. Just make sure he's good and smooth. Looks like I'm about out of staples here. Got maybe one or two. And, grab more staples, of course. And I think that's it. That looks a lot better. Just got to get this tail a little bit, and we'll have this guy pretty much where we need to have him. Yeah, he keeps moving on me. Musky does. Sorry about that, folks. tail lined up pretty good. It's a little bit off up here, but that's very minimal. So we're going to pull this back out. Okay. We'll redo re-staple the fin, I guess you could say. But it's a good fit. Well, as good as you can get. I mean, matched up pretty good in the back anyway. I want his head a little bit more this way. And a good way to do that is to get you another good long piece of wire if you got it. And if you have to get that head where it's, you know, more turned, whatever you got to do. And tap it in with a hammer. This way it looks like it's going actually. Okay. Not perfect, but that'll work. I'm going to put another one in there to make his head where it's more, you know, like it's supposed to be. Okay, now there's places in the head that I tend to like to use silicone to kind of fill things up a little bit. And this is one of them.
Bixby-based privacy content have been updated.
Okay. Okay, here we are. I believe that's all. Okay. Well, that's all we got anyway. So, works out pretty good. Right in there. I had a hole there. It was unintentional, but it's a good place. If you're going to have a hole, that was a good place to have one. So I get a little bit of, but I've got more silicone I'm going to put in from the other side, and I'll try to let you see that also. Okay, I'm going to get in here, and there's a lot of empty spot in here, and I just want to make sure I got enough where it needs to go. And I'm sure I do. Sometimes I'll use this in the head to fill up maybe places where I didn't have quite enough clay or something. There's all kinds of things you can do with this stuff, you know. And I know this isn't straight silicone, but it is siliconized. It's got a lot of silicone with it. So and make sure I got enough in there. Just want to fill up any bad spots in it, you know. Maybe even down in here. I'm gonna pump up into his head, you know. Got a lot of empty spots in there, you know. Okay. Should be in there. But let's see. Good thing about silicone, it don't shrink. And that really comes in handy when you're trying to do peacock bass. Just kidding about that. But, okay. Okay. Smoothing that out. This stuff's real good about, you know, drying out real good. And leaving a good looking fish that everybody can be proud of. And I'll go ahead and put this fin where it needs to be, right here. A lot of people usually go in from the back, and that's some people go in from the front. That's pretty good and stiff in there. Now you can spread this stuff out where it needs to go. It's just silicone. It doesn't shrink. Comes in real handy, like if you got like empty spots on the head or something, it will help with that. And that, my friends, looks pretty good to me already. There we are. You can get the idea. Okay. That's holding. Okay. Okay, this one needs to come down a little bit. Okay, well, that's no problem. Got a nail here. I guess anything will work. You know, if it's got a point on the end of it and it's thick. So. There we go. Yeah. I'll go out like that a little bit. Just want a good full spread, you know. Pretty good spread right there. There we are. Right here. Most people tend to go in from the rear if you can. It's actually, you know, less work on your part to try to fix the fins if you can go in from the rear. Basically what I got is I just got 10 gauge wire, and I haven't even used nails. Nails will work. You know, big old good nails with a good sharp end on them. You want it to prop the fin open if you can at all possible. But you're going to spread it anyway, but it helps to get it in there and get where it'll prop open. Okay. Okay. And the bottom one the same way. Okay, this fin, I want to get the meaty part. I just like going in from the front. I know it leaves a hole, but I just it's just so much easier for me to get it from the front, if you know what I mean. So that's up good. Of course, we'll bring the bottom down. Maybe for the back one, just use a T-pin. Yeah, it's working. Just started to get in the way. But you can see how. There we are. Isn't that? Yeah, these fins look like they're going on pretty good, so I'm just going to use, for these anyway, I'm going to use just my quilter's pins, you know, just to get a good spread. And that's all they require. The front one's the same way. Just kind of yeah, I may have to put that other fin back for something I didn't notice about it. And this goes in here, like right back there. There we are. There we are. Which I try to even the fins up, you know, on the bottom too, as good as I can. Start screening these fins so they'll dry a certain particular way. And I'm going to put some screening material back here, and I'm going to get a little bit of help from this top wire here. It just seems to work out really good as far as helping. So let's see, that lines up pretty good. Let's see, as far as spreading the fins, that goes like that. And one goes like that. I want a good healthy spread, so I'll tend to do like that. And get it where it's holding really good, and it is. I'll grab this. Seem to be helping quite a bit. Put that on there. Make sure the skins or the fins are real good and tied up on there. Good old wooden clothespins. Get the job done. It's kind of spread out pretty good already. Put a few on there, a few there. Some there. And I want to make sure it's good and flat on the end, so I'll grab some more. There we are. Right here on the back. We want a good piece. Well, let's turn the other way. But oh well. There we are. Look right here. And all I gotta do is trace it out. Then cut this out and then use this and as a template, and then cut out another one just like it. So you've got two of them to stretch your fins out. Here, that's his dorsal. We're going to go ahead and cut that. I'll trim it out. And then we have a template, and one goes on one side of the fin, one goes on the other, and we stretch the fin out and put it on there, and he stays good and flat until he dries. So here's the other one. Okay, then we go through here. One side, one on the other. He's already pretty well stretched, so basically all we've got to do on this guy is attach some clothespins to him, get him good and ready to dry. Sometimes you can stretch them a little bit more if you got to, but you got him pinned, so that's pretty much going to do the job for you. Right here. And to do all the other ones like that, we'll do the bottom one too. Okay, now all we gotta do is the gills. Now I gotta cover all of this off. Okay, here we are. So you don't want to make sure you're getting all those gills. You don't want the gills stuck in there by any means. So you want to make sure you don't have them. Make sure you don't have any gill rakers. And basically you do like this. Make sure you got all the gills taken care of, even to the end. Because it won't look right with, showing the, let's just say the lower jaw has, these gills have got to cover it up. You don't want just the lower jaw showing and all that weird stuff. If that makes any sense. What I mean is not the lower jaw, but this stuff right down here. You want the gills flared out with his mouth open to hide that stuff. The gills is the only one where I will tend to just kind of cut it out first. And I may even help it out by doing this, so I'll trace it out. My main objective is to have those gills nice and wide and open, with none of the gill rays underneath in the way. You want these spread out, and you want even this stuff out, the right here on the ends. You want all that out. So make sure you got it on there where it'll cover it real good. Make sure all this is out. See, this is going to cover up your gullet. That's the right word, gullet. You want to cover up your gullet, and this is the way to do it. You want that out. You want to spread out as far as you can get it out down here. And then when we bow the cheeks out, so it'll bow everything out a little bit when we fill the cheeks in. So that's going to help too. But yeah, you want it to go all the way down there. You don't want to show the gullet, in other words, if you can keep from it. You know, when his mouth is open, you don't want to see the gullet really too much. But get down here on the end. When all this spread out, didn't have a piece long enough, but I'll get it. I had to, guess you could say, add a little extra piece to it because the piece I had wasn't long enough. And I'm running out of screen material. It's real cheap. You can get it at Walmart for little or nothing. But I'm mounting this thing during the holidays and they're not open. Not even Walmart. But you get the idea. And you do the other side the same way. Just want that gullet spread out as good as possible. I mean, you don't want the gullet to show is what I'm getting at. So, about like that. Of course, we're going to bow his cheeks out. I've seen mounts where they didn't fill the cheeks out. They don't look good. A few things I like to do to separate the gills. I'll try to get in there and show you here in a little bit. But I'll get some bird nigger material and I just kind of guess what I want, width-wise, what I want to open his gills up a little bit with. And I'll go from there. Don't want them too wide. Maybe the first one, the first one you come to kind of help separate his gills out a little bit. Get my, just like this. And I'll try to show you. I'll try to get in a position where I can show you. I'm probably going to have to get my head in the way to see what's going on. But, okay, if you look under there, you'll see gills. And I got this piece right here, the necking material. Got that there. And you want to spread them out evenly as like you probably did the other side. If anything, you want the other side a little bit wider, I would think. A little bit, stretch a little bit wider on the other side. Separate every gill you see there. I just run a screwdriver in between them, and so I can get up in there. And even to a point, you can kind of straighten them out a little bit sometimes. Okay, you can see where I'm separating the gills. I get my screwdrivers. You don't want to open mouth fish with no gills separated. So a lot of times I will just cut off pieces. Like here, cut off a piece there. And I cut off more pieces. Just have a few of them set up. That way you don't have to keep stopping it. I know I'm in the way, but you get the idea. Separate the gills. There's a piece right there. You may have to put more than one on one piece, to get it to spread the way you want it to. You just got to be uniform with it. You don't want to be open. You don't want to open gill on top and then on the bottom you want not have an open gill, or you want to try to get it at least where they're open. It really does help. Then you go to the next one. Same thing again. Right there. Put it right there. bottom. Just make sure it's like evenly open, I guess is the right word. Uniform. And you want the other side, the back side, to probably be flared out a little bit more because it is kind of facing to the left. So you're going to want to see that too. So you probably want to, make sure the other side is at least even or maybe a little bit more open. Because his head should be facing a little bit, in this pose to the left. I got a mixing bowl and I got my, got a big old tongue depressor, popsicle stick, and what I got here is cellulose insulation. It's just finely chopped up newspapers. And along with my cellulose insulation, got plaster of Paris. You can get it in those milk jugs, like you see at Walmart, or you can buy it in plastic containers. They got them now. And I want to just put enough in there. Make sure it gets good and hard. It's with my cellulose insulation. Then I mix it together with water and just start packing the cheeks. Well, you can see it. My molding plaster of Paris and my cellulose insulation. I mix it real good and start packing the cheeks. And I get some water in there, mix it up real good. Mix it up real good. I like it kind of fine, that way I can get around this thing right here. It just seems like it helps, I guess. But if you want it a little bit thicker, just add a little bit more cellulose insulation and it'll thicken right up for you. So you got to mix up real good, and just start popping it in there best as I can. You got to work around the obstacle here. It just takes a little bit longer, but it's what I use to get his, head up where it wants to be. So yeah, it's going to be some work, but we'll get it. It's just going to take longer than what it would if it was like a largemouth bass or something. But sometimes when you put these in the eyes, it helps. It helps get everything like where it needs to be. And just keep on putting it in there. Slowly but surely. Eventually that cheek will start filling out. And like with any other fish, you can overfill the cheeks a little bit. I don't want to do that, but I don't want no wrinkles, like where it doesn't have enough in it. But definitely want to get that stuff down in there. You could probably help it with something too if you had something, like the back of this maybe or something just to help get it down in there. Slowly the cheek's starting to fill out a little bit. You just keep doing it slowly but surely like this until it gets, where it doesn't want to fill up anymore. It's already starting to get hard on me, but it'll still pack. Looks like the wrinkle's about gone that it had. You gotta estimate how much do you want to put a little bit of a puff in his cheek, you know. You know how much you want to add. Just keep on adding. It's interesting the way the muskies don't have scales on their lower cheek like a pike does. The scales go down about right to here, and then but down in here, there's no scales. That's how you know a real muskie from a pike. What I'll do is I'll get my squirt ball again. Just kind of clean up around his face. Because it don't need to be on there anyway. That's what he's getting. Okay. Now we're going to let him dry. Let me get a good view of the whole thing. Well, he's ready just to dry. And I'll get back with you here in probably a week, maybe 2 weeks. We'll at least card the fins, you know, while he's still drying inside the mouth and everything. But see you then. There you go. Then you just start putting a few more. Around this extremity. Like right through here. You don't want it bowing out or having some odd wrinkles. So you'll do that. Flatten him out. There we are. We put another on the corners here. On the very extremities. So they don't, sometimes the fins want to, I don't know the right word to call it, it's like they want to roll over. So, okay. Okay, here for the spiny dorsals, I got a couple of good pieces. Just kind of lay them up against it, you know, and make sure you got to get a couple of good pieces. You make sure it's as good and wide as you can get it. And let's see, which it is. See if I can get things straight with this here. That'll work pretty good. Okay. There we are. Oh, there we are. Just find little, I save a lot of it and reuse it on my smaller fish like my bass. And I'm sure I got a piece that'll fit that. Here, right here around his gills. I'm going to use a little bit of this. I'm going to cut all this off because we won't use it. And then we're going to go kind of like up in here with it. And then I'll trace 2 sets out, another set for the other side, of course. And I'll there we are. And that's about, yeah, that's good enough. And I'll trace out 2, one for the other side as well. Okay, we're cutting out that screening material for his gill plate. I got one for this side and one for the other side. And that'll hold it open, and I may even, a lot of times I'll spray the gills a little bit. And, you know, if he's got a good open mouth, I'll do that. Spray his gills, I'll open just a little bit, and you'll separate them. It's been about a week. It's still not dry enough to paint, but I think it's dry enough to go ahead and get the fins taken care of. So you pull all these off and get all your screening material off and save your screening material and reuse it again and all that good stuff. These will come out, the paper clips and all this, just let it come on out and put everything back where it goes, and then I'll show you what we got. You got your pins, they'll come back out. All this, even these big pins, you know, they'll come out. They've served their purpose, done what they were supposed to do. So that's great. Well, I get all this done, take all the pins out, and I'll show you the bare fish, and then I'll show you what we do next. Okay. It's been drying for several weeks, so now we just take all our clothespins out, take all our screen material off, and put these in. They'll come right out. Just gotta tug on them, tug and twist, whatever it takes. There we are. Okay. Or pins or whatever you had to use, go ahead and get those out. Little clips here. Yeah, all these come out. These in the eyes should come out. Just kept the throat kind of straight. Slowly but surely it's coming. These were support for the head while it was drying. Got my Dremel tool. We're going to Dremel the eyes out. The eye sockets. We'll do some test fitting. I drilled my hole out. I think I did a pretty good job on it. But some of this has got to be cut off, and this has got to be cut. What I'm getting at is this. Some of this loose skin around here can be kind of cut off. It's just not doing much of anything. Yeah, sometimes fish got a little bit of that skin there, and a lot of times I'll cut it off. It's just like loose extra skin. Okay, we've been dribbling this out. We'll do a little bit more. I went down one size on my eyes, and oh, they fit real good. In fact, yeah, they fit a little bit too good. But give it a little caulk. That ought to be enough. Get my eye and stick it directly in where I think it needs to go. Sometimes I tend to put the pupil kind of pointing up towards the nose a little bit. I hadn't had nobody complain about it, but a lot of times the bottom of, well, I've seen them different. A lot of times the eyes are a little bit, I guess you could say like that. Sometimes they kind of like dip down a little bit at the bottom. I guess reference picture is the way to go as far as that. I'll put a little bit extra around the eyes here. Sometimes I'll get my finger, get a little water on the end of it. Okay, straighten that out a little bit. Yeah, get a wet Q-tip a little bit. Oh yeah, there we are. Sometimes I get a little piece of cardboard or something to kind of help me out around these corners, straighten stuff out so it looks a little better. Well, I can't get with my fingers, you know. And you do the other eye the same way. Try to make them look symmetrical, both sides. From the front, you want them even. You know, you don't want one crooked and one straight or anything like that. I got me some cardboard. And what I'm going to do is just trace an outline of the fish. Sometimes I purposely enlarge it a little bit more because we're going to cut it off anyway. And then we like the soft dorsal. So go right here. Now a lot of times I'll put like D for dorsal. Not super important on a musky, I guess, but I'm gonna do all the fins that way. And we got a lot of patchwork. You see there's a big hole right there. That's normal, that's part of it. But I'm gonna put A for anal, so I know it's an anal fin. Or sometimes I'll just write it out. You know, makes life easier. Yeah, I do all my fins that way. And then we just, I'll show you what we do next. Just go ahead and trace all your fins out on a piece of cardboard. So right here on the pelvic, I went ahead and just put pelvic. That way, don't get my fins mixed up, make life a little bit easier. Same with the pectorals. I put B for back, F for front, pectoral fins. Just make life a little easier. Okay, here at the pectoral fins, I like to go ahead and I got my Weldwood DAP contact cement. And what I do is I like to go behind the fins, and basically you put one on the fin, one coat on the fin and one on the cardboard, and then you have got a good firm hold with the cardboard. So make sure I got plenty on there. And you do the other one the same way. It might be easier to turn him around, get to his back there, to coat him real good. Same with the pelvic and the anal. I make sure I get that glue all the way to the end. There's other contact cements out there, but they don't seem to get the job done like this does. It's this is stuff that's always worked. And now you go to the cardboard and put some on the cardboard as well. Here I got my contact cement, and let's go over all these tracings we did. Some people cut them out first and then put the glue on it. But for me, it's just a lot more trouble if I do it that way. So I tend to like to do it like this. And remember, we got one coat on the back of the fins, and we got one coat on these fins, and that makes all the difference in the world. It will stick really, really good. Once it sticks, it's not coming off. Look at that. Barely had enough. I'll let that dry for a little while. Depending on how warm it is, you may not have to wait long. Maybe 10 minutes, 15 minutes or something like that. It won't take long. Here I'm cutting out my outlines. This is the anal fin. And I made it larger than it had to be, and that was on purpose. Should let it dry a little bit longer. But I get a little bit of help with like clothespins or something. It's just right here on the end, right here. There we are. But if it's good and dry, I mean, if you let it dry, for some people, wait and come out the next day even. You know, let that glue dry. Really, really good. You know, the two parts before you mesh them together, they let it dry really, really good. And sometimes that's what it takes. Like in between the rays, I get like the back of a paintbrush or something like that. Or like, I've used several things. And you just mash that down. And it helps helps those fin rays stand out real good. And just kind of gives it a helping hand. You want to go all the way to the end. Make sure those fin rays don't curl up on the ends, you know. And yeah, we don't want that. I'm gonna put the tail on here. I'm gonna try to match it up. Sorry, I'm gonna be in the way a little bit. But okay. Here we are. I know it's going to be a little bit, I've done it this way on purpose. You know, made it a little bit bigger than what it actually is. Now that is not coming off at all. Some people lay the fins down on the table and tap them with a soft mallet. I've seen that done before. Of course, these big old fish, that's not easily done, so you gotta improvise. Gotta make sure these fins are on there real good. Of course, I'll go back with my either a back of a paintbrush or something like this to get in between the fin rays. And it'll help that cardboard stick all that much better. It'll make the rays stand out a little. I don't even know if it has to be done. It's just something I do. And Well, there we are. Remember, I marked on these pelvic and pectoral fins, put front and back. This is the back one. For whatever reason, I feel like it's easier to maybe do the back one first. And got my little thing. Go in between the rays with it. Use this or a small paintbrush, the back of the paintbrush. I just like to make sure it gets a good stick. Don't worry about being too perfect right now, of course, but I guess within reason it helps. You get the idea. I oversize them on purpose, you know. Back of a paintbrush, or in this case, the back of the hemostats works out real good. Forceps, whatever you want to call it. And then we'll trim all that up later. Make sure it's all the way to the end. And it is. And now I've got my scissors again. And we just kind of trim these fins. Right up, I just follow the outline of the fin rays. And go right around. There we are. And we come around on this side. Go around on this side. Then we get the fine touches with a razor blade. Okay, here these are the same way. Do the front ones and the back ones. You just kind of follow that outline. You know, get what you can with your scissors, and then we'll go back, trim them up with a razor blade with a straight edge. So I got my straight edge razor. And I think it's a pretty sharp one. Hope you can see that. Hope I'm not in the way, but I may be. You get the idea. Okay. Follow the outline of that fin with your razor blade. I'm going to try not to get in the way, but chances are good I probably will. But kind of following the outline of the fin. Okay. That works. You know, sometimes you can hit it from a different angle and get a better cut, like from above or something like that. And that works. Okay. Just run right down the side of it. So here we are. And you do all the other fins the same way. Okay, now here I got my caulk. And some of these places probably wouldn't matter really a whole lot. You know, I've seen some taxidermists not mess with it too much, but a little bit of caulking on there. I get my brush, get a little bit wet, you know, with water. Make sure it's spread where I want it to spread. Let's see, yeah, right there, right there, right there, right there. I'll at least get on the ends there, and then it's right there on the ends. Okay. Go like that. Go like that. Go like that. 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 Go that way. You know, we mimic fin rays by using brush strokes off the brush, and you can see what it looks like. You know, don't take much because there's not a lot here really. If you got like bad fin damage or something, this does take care of it. So you can just kind of wet it down a little bit, make sure the wetness is on there. Whoops. And you physically can see the way the rays go, and you just go in the opposite direction and bring them out. There you go. In some places you got where we had used nails, you know, to support the fin. There you go. Took care of that. That easy. And you do all your fins that way. Yeah, like right here, I had a big hole, so I just pushed some caulk down in there. Be able to get just a little bit of water on my fingers. Okay, got my brush again. Looks like fin rays. A little bit of water on the end of a piece of paper or something. feather it out a little better. Maybe. You plug up holes with that caulking and everything, and that's what I do. Like bad blemishes or something. There are some holes up there around. You can see there's another hole right there. You can barely see it, but I could a little bit of caulking right there, and not much. It don't take much, just enough to fill it up. Any other bad spots there might be, sometimes just a quick swap with the finger takes care of everything. Sometimes it takes a little bit more. Yeah. Up. Right there, up there. Kind of fix things up a little bit. Can take some of this stuff off if it's got to come off. A little bit of a hole on this side. Can't see it from where you're at, but I'll take care of that. The Q-tip or wet Q-tip or whatever you need, and there you go. You're in business. And right here, where his anus is, looks kind of a little bit wrinkled up or whatever. A lot of times what I do is I'll get a little bit of caulk in there. Sorry, got in the way. Kind of spread this stuff out. Yeah, I can't seem to find my popsicle sticks anywhere. Okay, then we smoothen that out. I'm sure those can come off now. Just make sure it's real good and smooth out like it's supposed to be. Then I simply just get my Q-tip. It's just got one hole, and I'll put that hole right back in there. There we are, right there. There she be. Not have any fingerprints or anything like that on it. There we are. Got a little bit of caulk in here, and I tend to like to go right around the back here and fill all this in. Make it look good and smooth. Not overly worried about the back, you know, but just want it to look kind of neat in case somebody reaches back there and looks, you know, which they will do. Yeah, two-sided mounts is a different story because you got to make the back look just as good as the front. So I've done a few. I got a popsicle stick. A little bit of water and start. Yeah, as long as you keep the water on there, it's not going to stick too bad. So. I don't get too fancy with the bag, but you can use paper towels and contact cement, which was how I was taught to cover. You basically cut out paper towels to cover that gap, and that's the way I was taught. Put contact cement on the paper towels and put some on here too, and then it just basically like how we carded the fins, except just using paper towels for the back. So. Just kind of blend it in where it looks pretty good. Okay, here's what I got so far, just using like a popsicle stick. And I don't know, it's just what people do. You can use paper towels, contact cement, and cover all of this. You know, even the staples and everything. And a lot of people do that. Just whatever you feel like doing. Paper towels cut out to fit, and then use contact cement on the paper towels to get it to fit. Got more of this. There again, just keep it wet, and it will do what you want it to do. You know, at least keep your popsicle stick wet, I guess is the right word. What I mean to say. Get the idea though. A little bit of water helps this stuff melt, you know. And that's kind of what you're after. Well, you get the idea. Just covering everything up, and I'll show you what it looks like when I get it done. Up here it is. I just used popsicle stick, and you can see the throat, and this is the back, you know, so super, super neat. But yeah, you can kind of get an idea of what's going on. Okay, remember we spaced the gills up, and you can go ahead and try not to get in the way, but grab those bird naked material pieces that I used to space the gills out. You go ahead and grab these suckers out. Now we're just going to let her dry. This is how I paint a muskie, in this case one from Del Hollow, but this is the way I do a muskie. Well, this is my first attempt. I don't like the bar pattern at all. I love the color of the head. The back is okay. Maybe even a little bit more rich brown along the back. I mean, from my reference pictures, what I've seen. The fish, like in Del Hollow Lake, they tend to have a little bit of a barred pattern. It's not real noticeable sometimes. I mean, I know all fish are different, but it seems like the waves, the pattern, the bar pattern has kind of a wave to it. It seems like from the, I guess this would be the pectoral fin. Seems like it waves back like this. Well, yeah, like this. It goes like this. The pattern, the bar pattern does, roughly. It goes like that. Then towards the belly, somewhere around in here, it starts going almost straight up. And they start breaking off into little spots towards the back of the tail. That's kind of the anatomy of the bar and spot pattern. I love the coloration of the top of the head. That's about the only good thing I can say about it. Okay, you want to paint the lower belly. And I'm going to go ahead and paint all the fins white too. I'm going to go ahead and whiten these back up. Black will do that to you if you try to highlight with it. I run into that a lot. I end up, sometimes I'll neglect trying to highlight the fins a lot, you know, to make the rays stand out because I know what the black's going to do. So sometimes I avoid highlighting the fins too much because you'll end up darkening the fin too much. I do that a lot, unfortunately. And obviously I do mess fish up and have to start over. I didn't have all the right colors for one. And there's so many paint schedules out there. You know, you can look at the wrong paint schedule. Or, you know, try to blend 2 or 3 different paint schedules together. And that will mess you up too. And it's pretty much the barring pattern is what convinced me that I needed to repaint this thing. Plus, you don't want an unhappy customer. So, I'm going to go ahead and whiten all my fins. And then I'll get back with you. You want to whiten the lower jaw and everything. I've already done it once, but I'll do it again. The lower jaw, inside the mouth, all this gets good and white. Make sure you whiten it up real good. It might take a while. The lower jaw. You gotta turn the fish sideways. Feel free to do it. All the fins get good and white. Yeah, the belly's already white, so I don't have to worry about overspray, you know, with this color. You can go lightly and have more of a fleshy color, because of the gill red that's probably already on there. Some people do that. And that's another reason it's good to know how to do reproduction, because if you screw a fish up, you don't want to have to strip it and start over again. You know, at least knowing like kind of a tinning method will save you from having to re-strip it and start over again. And, you know, you can apply the tinning method anyway. All you have to do is just whiten it up a little bit and start over again. Now, there's so many colors, preceding colors before your final color. It's not that big of a deal. Go ahead and get all your fins like that, and I'll show you what we do next. Make sure you get under the belly real good. You know, turn the fish however you got to do it to get it. I keep my bowl kind of low. I don't have to turn my fish that way, but and you kind of go up on the sides. Usually from about the top of the pectoral to about the top of the pelvis. And then from there, it seems like it, you know, even this part, a lot of times there's not even no white above the fin right here. From what I've seen, you know, on some of my reference pictures. In other words, down here towards this anal fin, the bar pattern actually goes all the way down. So this is kind of incorrect, sort of. But a lot of fish painters do it. A lot of your old timers and everything. Because most of your other fish, that's how it is. So I've painted the belly. This gill area, I'll tend to, it's like with any bass, a lot of times I'll take that color up. You know, everything underneath, it's all white. Basically, what sees the sun first is the darkest. The back is darkest. The sun comes down. The belly's a little bit lighter, or the side is lighter. That's where all your details for your fish is. Then the belly is always white. So a lot of it is, you know, you look at it like that. The sun dictates that the top is always the darkest part. Okay, all this can get white right here. I chose to whiten this up because to me, it almost has to be white. I've seen so many, every musky paint schedule I've seen, this is not white. But I know when this maxillary comes down and his mouth is open, this has to be white. It has to be. Just like on a bass. Because it's closed, there's not going to be no pigmentation there. So, just make sure it's good and white, which I already did. I don't think it'd be wrong to take that white up into here like you do on a bass. You know, maybe a little bit, or at least lightly. All this, the gills right here, get good white. Paint your gills white. I already painted them red, but yeah, make sure they're good and white before you put your gill red on. That's right, lower jaw, good and white. All this good and white. Hell, I put a little bit of flesh there, you can tell by the red. I'm so unhappy kind of like with how the fish turned out. Some of the spotting may be savable, but I'm going to do it just like you would a reproduction. I like the back a little bit, but definitely the head is perfect. There's nothing wrong with the head. What it is, a mixture of rich brown and green. And around here on Del Hall, they tend to be a little bit more on the green side, but you don't want it to look either green or brown. So it's a cross between rich brown and medium green. And a lot of times the medium green will win out a little bit. You know, on the head mainly. So that's about the intensity the spots ought to be anyway. I went too dark with them, for one, and they weren't right. They didn't look good. You paint the back if you want to. It's up to you. I've already painted it once. I mean, yeah, it's not gonna hurt. It's all got to be painted anyway, so. Now, if you're doing the Ohio musky or spotted musky, it'd be a cinch because all it is spots. But around here, like Del Hollow Lake, yeah, they're not spots. They're definitely a vague barring pattern and spots on the end. They tend to be yellow with a rich brown back and spots, and a greenish top head. That's what we've got. We can still see, I can see the spot pattern just barely, but actually that's almost good enough from what I've seen from some of the musky, you know, the reference pictures around here. You know, like the spotting pattern isn't very vague. In other words, I was pretty strong on my spotting pattern anyway, so I probably need to slow down, take my time, and make sure my bar pattern, my bar and my spotting pattern, make sure that's what makes a musky. I got to make sure it looks good. The way the waves go, they kind of go like this and then go up. They kind of like angle back from the bottom and go up, and then towards the middle, they'll tend to come up towards the back. And then, of course, it's going to break off. You're going to have some spots and stuff like that. So I just got to make sure it looks realistic. I think my barn pattern before, what was wrong with it was I broke it up too much. And it just went a little too far where it didn't even look like a barn pattern. It started looking like some kind of weird design or something. So, yeah, you don't want to make the barn pattern solid, but you definitely want it to still be a barn pattern. Okay, now I've got silver pearl. Some paint schedules call for painting the inside of the mouth white pearl, so that's an option. This particular paint schedule, you paint everywhere the white is, underneath the belly even, all that gets painted. I've already done this once, so I'm sort of doing it again. Don't worry about the fins, but this is a silver pearl. You can get in the lower jaw. In the cheek. I just don't want to mess my head up. I like the way I've done my head. But basically do everything. This is just, I'm going to end up making this color again anyway for the back. I'm just putting a moderate coat. That's going to make it give a little bit of shimmer, which is always good. And it helps cover up too, like. Make sure you get the belly real good underneath with a medium coat. Okay, now I've got yellow ochre. Basically, I'm going to cover the side of the fish with that prominent yellow color that we see on the musky around here. This is a light to medium coat, so I'm just going to put a sweeping pattern. I want it to grow on there. And you want to fade it out at the fin bases. I think I've actually let my overspray go down a little bit too far, but that yellow ochre on top of that pearl is a real good effect. It's a real good effect. Actually calls to put it on top of the head. And we also get the gills. Make sure you gill flap, the cheek, all this gets it. This is kind of like your base colors for your fish. Basically, I'm painting this like a reproduction, so I'm having to incorporate, you know, some of my base colors because I'm started from white essentially. That's about the right intensity. I can lighten it up in my next color anyway. You know, some people are real good at, you know, the colors, getting the colors right on the fish, and then they'll have a hard time with the details. A lot of times I'm better with the details, but I have a harder time getting the basic color right. It's just weird. People are different, you know. I guess you could say I've always been more of a drawer than a painter, and it kind of shows. Some people are more like painters and less like drawers. They're good at getting the colors right. And then maybe not so much the detail work. And I'm kind of the other way around. Better at the detail work, but not getting the colors right. This is basically just like a, okay, this is, probably want to fade out about right here. I don't want it too dark. Definitely don't want it too dark. But I do want it even. A medium coat on the fence. Probably need to exercise a little bit of control here before too long. On the bottom fins I will, that's for sure. It's about a medium. Tail the same way. Got a medium coat. All my fins this way, a medium coat. Just kind of watch your overspray. always end up having to touch a belly up anyway. It doesn't bother me that bad. I also want to get the pectoral fins. I've got silver pearl again. It calls for putting on a medium coat of silver pearl to go over the yellow again. It's definitely going to make it reflective. That is for sure. And I guess the medium is basically just adding a little bit of shimmer to it, because you can't get no darker than that, so it's going to add a little bit of shimmer to it. I guess I assume that's a medium right there. About a medium coat, silver pearl. Okay, now I've got my gold sparkle. This is what it calls for. Sparkling gold pearl, gold sparkle. Kind of whatever you want to call it, pretty much. I'm going to kind of go with a medium coat. It don't take much, obviously. A medium. Yeah, no more than a medium, that's for sure. I can already see it. Okay, now I've got a little base coat sealer. I just want to kind of flatten my paint out a little bit. See what I got. Now if I was doing the skin mount, basically this is where I'd be starting at. You know, your basic yellowish fish. So, and a lot of them do call for a base coat sealer. You know, to add a little bit of, I guess, shimmer, shine to it. Which is going to have shine anyway where I put all that pearl on there. So it's going to look pretty good. Kind of penciled in a little bit of the wavy bars that I want to put in. You can see that a little bit. That's kind of on purpose, pretty much. So. There we are. I got my air pressure turned down about, oh gosh, I guess about between 15 and 20, I guess. I'm going to put a pattern in, then work on the, you know, fix it up a little bit better. I think that's going to be my way to go. You got to deal with stuff like this too. See, it's got to be broke up too. You want it to still be a bar pattern, but you want it to, I don't know the right word, but you want it to be bars, even though they're broken up, you still want it to be in the row of a bar. And even though it's separated like 2 or 3 spots. Kind of get what's going on here. You know, you don't want it branching off and doing weird things, you know, it's just wavy bars. Now they sway towards the back, towards the front. You get in the middle, they start going straight up, and towards the tail, they stay straight up towards the back. I've kind of noticed that. A little bit of a kind of like a pattern almost. Basically, I'm just getting my design down. Is what I'm kind of doing here. With my air pressure turned down real low. Now here towards the back, they start, well, they do start breaking up a little bit. But even if I just did a bar pattern, you know, all the way to the end, still look better than what I did have, that's for sure. I basically got my bar pattern. Now I'm going to start getting a little bit more detailed with it. Definitely want to keep it light, that's for sure. What I'm going to do is probably end up going up through these spot pattern a little later. I'll show you. Well, I'm going to go over to progressively get a little bit dark with it, but I'm going to go over that and I'll show you what I got when I get done. Well, this is what I got so far. Now I'm going to try to, this is my 50-50 rich brown and black, in case I didn't already mention that. One is polytransparred. The black is polytransparred, and the life tone is the rich brown. Have to keep making sure it stays mixed. Not a bad idea to put a little retarder in it. I think I can get by with it. The problem is you know, spots that are dark and then spots that are light. It's an airflow problem, basically. That's basically it. Yeah, see, like right now my paint's not blowing. Now it is. You can see a bar pattern, but it's not really. You're having trouble with intensity. It'll be dark in one area and light in another. Oh, we got more colors going over this. That'll help. Well, thin my paint down. And basically what I'm doing is just adding a little bit of uniformity to it. In some places I'm actually streaking it a little bit, you know, to make it look a little bit neater. Don't want to get carried away, but you know, if you got your airbrush turned down, go ahead and throw some fine details in there if you can. What I'm doing is I got little white spots and I'm trying to go around those markings. That takes away a little bit of the narrowness to it. But you can see I've still got my bars for the most part. And we're going to put, it's going to be another color going over this anyway. Now some of these real narrow ones I don't worry about so much, but some of these more bigger blotchy ones, you know, you want to surround them with little faded dots. What it does, it outlines the mark a little bit, and tends to help. So you vaguely a bar pattern, you know, pretty much. So that's kind of what I'm wanting to do. I'm trying to work on that and make it look good. Okay, with this same color, I'm gonna go ahead and apply this is my black and rich brown mixture. Or dark brown would work too. But there is a spotting pattern. It doesn't go all the way to the end. It goes something like that. Same with the tail. Doesn't go all the way to the end. You get the idea. The same with underneath. pin them down here. Sound like it's floating out. Okay, I got my off-white, I got it thinned down. And I'm going to touch up what I designated as the belly area. And just doing general touch-up because, yeah, I can help. Well, I kind of straightened it out a little bit. I've got my bottom area designated. And you can see I went up between the markings a little bit, try to make it look a little bit more realistic. Just did a little touching up with my off-white. And I've got silver metallic, and I'm supposed to apply a moderate coat to the lower 2/3 of the fish. I mean, if you went a little higher accidentally or something, it wouldn't hurt anything. We hadn't done the back yet. But a moderate coat. Lower 2/3 of the fish, that would be just slightly above the lateral line. Should be moderate. Yeah, almost too much. Yeah, we're gonna leave it right there. And get the gills. Yep, a moderate coat. All along the body. Lower 2/3, silver metallic. Have that golden yellow. This paint schedule calls for putting a little bit along the lower 1/4 of the fish. So that's what I'll do. Definitely don't want to make it noticeable. Fading out at the white, the lower 1/4 of the fish. That's basically just a little bit right here at the bottom. That's basically it. You guys can see it a little bit, so I probably need to stop right there. Yeah. I think that's it right there. There we are. Peaks maybe just a hair bit. Ever so lightly. Lower 1/4 of the fish. Okay, now I've got my medium green. I'll go right along the back. What it is, we're going to put 2 parts green and rich brown, and we're going to come up with a color that's neither green nor brown. A lot of these fish I have seen a rich brown back, so kind of, I guess, let that be your guide. Your own personal fish be your guide. But my goal is to stay just on top of this stuff. A little bit lower than that. That's about right. A little bit more. That's about where I want to go. I don't want to go much farther down than that. That's for sure. Of course, the top of the head, the snout, all this gets it around the eyes. And I have seen it where the head was like really green. I mean, even more green than like medium green. It's really green. For whatever reason, they'll hollow fish. As you can see right there, a little bit more on the green side there. And I want to take this down in front of the dorsal here. Hang a little bit. I do want to stay up on top though. It's kind of a judgment call. You see where the top of the head is? There's like a, I guess you could call it an imaginary line, where the top of the back kind of breaks off and starts to the side of the belly. So you have to kind of find, you know, that imaginary line, I guess is the right word. And then you don't want to go much lower than that imaginary line. course, the fish we got, there is a lot of green on them. But the fish we got also have brown on them too. Pretty close as far as where I want to go down with this color. That's about right. Well, here's where it come right off the head. Goes right through here. There we go. That's about right. Pretty close. I don't want to dip down too far with it. That's pretty close. That's it. That's a medium green. Okay, also you want to hit some of your fence with this. Looks like the tail gets it. You know, not a lot. You don't want to kill everything out. Probably more towards the base, I guess. Same with this one. Don't want to kill the yellow out completely or anything, but you want to just put a little bit in there. And you also want to get your pectorals, probably more towards the leading edge. Just add a little color. Kind of camouflages your spot pattern too, makes it look a little bit better. I'm a little bit messy with it, and kind of helps camouflage it a little bit. Just want to, you don't want a hint of it, just to be able to see it, you know. There we are. You just want to be able to know it's there. Basically. Definitely know it's there. Apparently leave the pelvic and the anal fin alone. I'm going to carry this green down just a little bit more from the back. Just a little. It says the upper 1/4, so I know it's about right in here. Let's see. About right. Okay, now we go to rich brown. Chocolate brown, whichever you want to call it. Now my goal is to go along the back, everywhere where we put the green, and make it where, when you look at it, it doesn't look really green or brown, but kind of like in between. That's everywhere we put the green in on the fins, everything. Just put a little bit there, put a little bit on the fin, so just lightly. Won't take much. See how we're kind of changing the value of the green. Do the snout this way too. I'm mainly doing it for the camera, but you probably want to tip your fish, sideways where you can see the top a little better. You go right along the very top of it. So it's changing, it's not really green anymore. That's what you're after. Everywhere you put green, put a little bit of brown. Make it where it's not really green anymore. There you go. So it looks like in between. Also the pectoral, of course, same thing here. Can't leave it out. Can't neglect it. Turn the fish up so I can hit it with a proper intensity. Not putting enough paint on the back. And believe it or not, the greenish head is perfect. I kind of like that a lot. Favoring the green, at least on the head. But I have seen it where the back is, just like they say, really rich brown. But I want a smooth kind of mix, I guess. Yeah. Just gotta be able to put enough color on the back. We get so used to getting it from the top, The good thing about just shooting it from the side, you're not going down too far that way. Actually, what happens is, right off the top of the head, along the top of the back, there's like an imaginary line, I guess. there's like a flat spot. It's like the back has a little bit of flatness. Then it breaks down to the rest of the body. So that's basically what I'm doing. Just staying right along the back. If you want to go down so far, about a fourth of the way down is, I guess, what they're getting at. And that's it. That's it right there. Looks like I went down a little bit far right here. About what I want right there. About what I want. I got jet black. I'm supposed to go right up over the back. You know, to tone the back down there where I think it needs to be. I don't think it needs to be much darker, to be honest with you. You do put a little bit of darkness. Don't put much. You know. That's good enough for me. Okay, now I've got a couple of paint schedules. I've got one that wants me to use deep gold pearl. It's kind of a reddish gold. And the upper 1/3 of the fish. Just to add a little bit of sparkle. But another paint schedule calls for me just to use regular gold sparkle. I think that's what it's called. Yeah, it's called gold sparkle. But if you use the gold sparkle, then it wants you to put red over the top of the gold sparkle. So I've got two choices. Either go deep gold pearl, which is kind of a reddish color, or go with gold sparkle and then throw a little bit of red over the top of the gold sparkle, which will probably make it about this color. But yeah, the fish that we have around here definitely do have a kind of a rich brown colored back. I've seen it. So yeah, choices. Oh, then I got another paint schedule that calls for using bronze up there. So there's like three choices. You either use bronze, deep gold pearl, or gold sparkle, and go over the gold sparkle with a hint of red. So that's kind of what I've got going on. I decided to go with sparkling gold. And I'm just going along the back just to get a little bit of sparkle. And I'm not going to overdo it. I'm going to go down about a third of the way. Actually, it calls for putting it on the lower part of the body anyway. Yeah, I've got my gold sparkle. I went a little over the back. I'm going to lightly go over my whole side of the fish. Even the cheeks, the gill plate. Just add a little sparkle. real easy to overdo it. That's good enough right there. I've got my gill ready. I'm just gonna very lightly go over the back. What it is it changes the color of that golden sparkle. Where you're going over the gold sparkle. And almost got off the head with it. Just the very top of the back. You know, I'm going to get it. Very top of the back. And I can still see the green underneath. That's, I think, the name of the game. Still be able to see the green underneath. And that's enough. Red's very powerful. And I don't want to go much lower than that with it. Yeah, red is powerful. It's enough red for me. Actually, there's supposed to be a hint of red, and I don't see the hint of red. So I'm going to keep putting it on until I see a hint of red. I'm about there. Our fish do have a rich brown back, and this hint of red is kind of doing the same thing. Even the hint of red along the back. You still want to see the green and the pearl underneath, of course. So, yeah, we definitely want to see that still. Just a hint of red. Which rich brown is doing the same thing. Almost there. A hint of red. Well, that's it. Considering it's not something you have to put on there really per se. Okay, now I've got red violet. And pretty much everywhere the silver metallic is, there's still a hint of silver metallic. Well, I want a hint of this red violet in those same areas. Pretty much anywhere you got silver metallic, you usually got a hint of violet. In this case, I got red violet. Just want to be able to see it. Just a hint of it. Starting to see it. You're also going to get the cheeks. Video. Just a hint of it. There we are. Okay, now I've got gill red. And I want to, I guess you could say a light coat. pause for a light coat. Until you achieve the desired intensity that you want. About 150 right there. That's about it right there. That's about it right there. Let some of that yellow shine through, obviously. That's about what we want right there. We'll put a little bit more on this. Hang on. If you put it on light enough, it does have a good effect with the yellow. So something to think about. Away from that yellow or red. I always have to end up touching up. There we are. Okay, now you want to paint the gills with the gill red also while you're at it. So I'll stick as many paper towels as you need in there. Looks like more than enough right there. Try to be neat with it. And a lot of times that last gill where it touches the skin, I try to be neat with it too. Try to round it off real nice. I'll show you what I mean. Okay. Hopefully you can see that. There's a good chance I'm in the way. But like this last gill, you just kind of round it off where it looks neat. Trying to do it where you can see it, it's not easy. See, I kind of round it off. That just looks better. To the goal, you know. If you see it with your eye, you should be able to get it. Yeah, you can see how I kind of tried to round it off a little bit. Tried to do it in front of the camera. Didn't work too good. But you get the idea. But you can see how the gills are. I painted it before. But I tried to stay off the goal. If you do get on it, just touch it up. Just try not to miss anything. There's a little bit of white right here. And if you can see it, you should be able to get it. See a little bit there. get a little bad with your red, touch it up with your off-white, which I did a little bit. Okay, now I've got my off-white again. Yeah, if you see like a bad place, feel free to lighten it back up. I know you can't see that, but you get the idea. Whiten everything back up. There you go. Got a little happy with my red. I still got my white. We'll go ahead and kind of touch up around here a little. And go around and touching things up. Kind of pretty it up a little bit. It's easy to do. Down here, the same thing. Same thing with the angle. Okay, still got my white. Some paint schedules call for this. Kind of the lower edge of the pelvic and the anal. It's the lower edge. And my anal, that same thing. A lot of people don't even do this. I don't know how much it matters. There you go. Oh yeah, after you paint your gills, don't forget to take your paper towels out. That'll be a rough one to explain. There you go. Okay, now we're going to spray the front edges. We want to bring the fin rays out, but you can tell, look how the fin is already too dark. But we're going to deal with it. But I want to bring out the fin rays just a little. I've got black. And I hate messing the fins up like this. I get them too dark, in other words. I really do. So you just want to, just a couple of passes. Extreme frontal angle. That's it. I can live with that. I'm not highlighting the whole fin, I'm just doing about the 2/3 of it closest to the body. Just angle spray a little bit, just to bring out kind of hard to do here. Just to bring out the rays, and that's it. Just to bring out the rays. Extreme frontal. Don't take much. That's it right there. It's either that or have like a super dark fin, and you don't want a dark fin. Just ever so lightly. Front edge of it. There you go. That's it. Extreme frontal angle as you can get on it. Just to bring out the fins and let it ride. Just to bring out the rays a little bit so it looks good. I've got my yellow ochre. This should have already been done back when I applied yellow ochre to the body. Way back when I first started. Since I repainted it, I forgot to do it the second time. But here on the end of the lower jaw, you get your yellow ochre. And when you carry it up, we'll go under the, just like you do with bass or anything. You want to angle spray one way, angle spray the other. You come back from the rear, hit the lower jaw a little bit, like right here, just like you do with bass or anything, about right there. There we are. Probably even get the max show you a little if you want to. You just get this a little bit, looks like. Repaint those teeth. Now you go to your mixture of, it would have been the rich brown and black, 50-50, rich brown and black. Dark brown will work in a pinch. Almost the same exact color, just dark brown. I got my dark brown, or 50-50 rich brown and black. On the end. I actually put a little bit of medium green on there too, from a different medium green. Okay, go from the rear, bring out that lower jaw a little bit, or the lower jaw corner, you know, about right here. Bring that out. You want to hit it from here too. Just like you do a bass or anything. Mainly on the ends. And sometimes you'll see little bits of detail up through here. And you can replicate those if you want to. Right along that lower jaw there. Got my wad again. I'm just going to clean those teeth up a little bit. It's going to stay inside the gum line. So what I'll do is I'll get a little bit of lacquer thinner and put it on the Q-tip. Good. Let's see. Like that. And right now, I roll it one time just to take it some of the, just where it's not so sopping wet that it's gonna drip down the paint job. And then I proceed to clean the eye off. Okay, now we just gloss the fish. Boy, it helps to have a gloss gun. It feels real good. Top of the head. Everywhere. Might want to put a flash coat first. A good old flash coat first, you know. Get the belly real good. Turn your fish sideways so you can get your belly. All your good fins. Everything. Well, this is how I paint a muskie, in this case one from Del Hollow. But this is the way I do a muskie. And this is how you do it.